Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. How are we all doing? Are we fresh? Are we well? Are we alive? Are we good? How are we doing? How are we doing? I've got all 3 dogs in here today, so there's a strong chance it's going to be absolute chaos. 17 levels of chaos. Let's get a stinky bright potion. Turn the lights on. There we go. Bit of illuminations. Happy Tuesday to yous. We got some good work done yesterday. I'm starting to get the stocks of lumber are starting to be okay. Did a bit of Pandaria farming last night. I need to go get some wad lumber today. They've changed wad lumber though, haven't they? You actually get it from Warlords of Draenor now. I'm not even sure if you can convert Burning Crusade lumber into wad lumber anymore. We need to investigate that. That's the next journey. But 1, 2, 3, the first 5 early expansions, we have got a little bit of lumber in them now, so we can do some crafting across a few professions, hopefully. I do hope that these trio of chaos don't go too crazy today. We will see. We will see. I know I mentioned yesterday we might spend some time on retail. On the EU account side of retail. The honest answer is that there's not a huge amount I want to do over on my EU account. I am kind of in the waiting room, the same as everybody else, I think, for 1207. Even then, I'm going to be honest, the 1207 is just going to keep me busy until they actually launch the 12.1 PTR. That's really where we're at right now. Yeah, the trio are going mad. Nips is trying to hump everybody, even though she doesn't realise that doesn't work. There's oh, you missed it. Sorry. Hang on, let's do this properly. Oh my god, we don't need that on the screen. Solar! Yes, there's a level of chaos. There's a level of chaos today. I tell you what, the difference in clarity between a cheap, shitty little webcam that I use for Dogecam, and you know, an actual proper SLR camera is kind of crazy, right? Kind of crazy. My webcam is like so overkill for streaming though. It was just, you know, I had a camera already, and it's a reasonably good quality one, so it made sense not to use that for a webcam. Even though I sit in this box in the corner, it's fine. Hey, doggos, chill. Oi! Sulla! Stop being a bully. Sulla! Hey, relax. Relax. They've been doing this once again since 7 AM, by the way, and it's nearly 11. Nipsus! Put Sulla down. Nipsu! That's not how it works. All backwards. Anyways. I probably could do with crafting a few bits. We've got the decor. I think at least tailoring has got some professions right now. Few thousand gold of odds and ends from out doing some lumber farming. The bonus mats that we've been picking up at the same time. This is what's going to help cover the cost of leveling the professions. Have you watched The Boys, the TV? I don't watch TV. There is probably 5 programs I watch on TV, and if I'm going to be brutally honest, anytime I do sit down and watch the TV, I will generally just put on like a really old comedy series or something. For reference, I've recently been watching from season 1, episode 1, all the way through Only Fools and Horses. So, no, I'm not up to date with anything that's even remotely new TV-wise. What have we got on the auction house? Not a lot. Not a lot. Yeah, maybe we should, maybe before we get too deep into this, we should deposit some funds in the deposit some funds in the war bank, see what the total's got to.
I've seen you around here before.
We're rocking a massive 20,000 gold. We are balling. Hey, puppet, Sulla! Hey! Don't eat the rug. That's an absolute no-no. Hey, don't eat the rug. Gone for a rest. He's gone for a rest.
Go get him, champ.
I lose all my train of thought when I catch the dogs doing something they shouldn't. All train of thought. Oh, I also started a few minutes early today just to try and get some coffee in me. And things were a little bit slower this morning. A1, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Good mornings. Solo's now going to protest under the protesting under the sofa. There's one guaranteed way for me to get them to calm down, like every time, without question, is I go and get their brush out. They're all kind of molting because it's getting hot. They're all losing some fluff right now. Soon as I go get the brush out to try and, you know, remove some of that bonus floof, they all scarper. So that's a guaranteed way to get, a little peace and quiet quickly. But what am I doing? I'm trying to restock the decor. What sort of decor recipes do we have so far? We have a nice selection. I should now actually have some, you know, some lumber from each of these to actually be able to craft them as well. So most of the recipe, dark pine is BFA? Dark pine lumber BFA? We haven't got any dark pine lumber, but we should be able to craft the rest of these. Restock groups. Decor. There's everything we need to restock. Gathering. Task list. This is what we need. It's still saying we need a bunch of dark pine lumber. I know. Let's see what we can buy. We probably, if there's anything here that's like massively expensive, should probably consider looking at how we create it ourselves. But, oh, hang on, I bet I don't have any gold, do I? I've only got 500 gold. Try again. Try again. Let's take half our gold just to do this restock. Make sure we don't buy anything that's too expensive and too over the odds. Primal Life for 170 gold a piece. They're a bit more expensive than we probably should pay. They can usually be sourced a touch cheaper. Honestly, not by much. Probably converting up the moats is a slightly cheaper way of doing it there, but... Oh, we need 12 mooncloths. Not going to get much more competitively priced on those, though. Primal Water, we need 4 of these. This is chunking through our gold really quickly. Powerful Ghostly Spell Thread. This feels like something we should be crafting. But apparently we don't have a recipe to craft it. I guess we don't have too much choice here. These are things that we should, you know, figure out. 3 Primal Manas. They're expensive. My material mana for 418. Okay, they are 80 gold more expensive than they should be. It's not going to make a grand, you know, a huge difference. 2 golden pearls. Okay, we're not quite going to be able to afford everything, I don't think, here. Yeah, we don't have money for the shadow cloth. We're at gold for the shadow cloth. How many spell threads do we need? Spell cloths, even. Oh, it won't even let us click the button because we don't have enough gold. Okay. We really are going to delete our entire stack of cash here. You want me to make spell weave? Doesn't that require us to be somewhere? Doesn't that require us to be somewhere specific? Apparently not. What's going on? Why is it all gone? Kadonkadonks. Why is it all gone crazy? Spell weave. We've got the mats to make 8 of these. Okay, so TSM was making sure we could do the intermediates. And now we need more mats. More materials again. How are you doing, Boggart? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I'm trying to recraft some of the decor, and I'm trying to use TSM as efficiently as possible here, but it's making my brain hurt. I'm still too pre-coffee this morning, clearly. It's now reverting back to telling us to buy a whole bunch of materials, presumably to convert them up, rather than to buy the base item out, because the base item is clearly too expensive. That's clearly what's going on here. Now we need some shadow cloth. Wow, we are going to get rinsed again. We need 4 spell cloths, and we do not have 7,000 gold. Okay, we are just going to be shit out of luck on those ones then. We are liquid poor again. This is going to be the case every time. Every single day we're going to craft a few things and end up being liquid poor at the beginning. Why is this button now gone? There we go. Why doesn't it want to do it? Why is it not automatically selecting those? TSM task list UI. Oh wait, hang on. Why is that not work now then? Okay, bolt of frostweave. 16. Go. Historically, TSM was always pretty smooth at this, but the gathering system is been a bit clunky for a few years now. So much so that whilst we've only got a small amount of items to craft, I'm tempted to just do the whole lot completely manually. But when we get to a point where we've got like 100+ decor recipes, doing each and every one manually is just probably not going to be that sensible. So getting a bit of guidance on what materials we need and what intermediates we need from TSM. Learning how to do it on small scale. Or, not learning so much, but remembering how to. Moon Shroud. We need 8 of these. Oh, and then 4 primal moon cloth. Oh, it requires the moon well. Oh, flippity doodah. Where's the moon well? That I hadn't considered. How do I, as a random level 43 hunter, get to the moon well? I don't even know where the moon well is. Outland moon well. It is many, many years since I've had to do this. Or even considered doing this. Okay, let's craft these then at least. And we'll figure that out in a second. Hey! Relax, please, puppies. Relax. I'm lambs. Relax. Lie down, Sula. Lie down. Good boy. He's really struggling to fit under the sofa these days. He still wants to, though. The Moonwell in Stormwind. I hope not, because this guy's Horde. I don't flipping know the answer to this. Hang on. I'll figure this out in a second. Right, let's send these quickly over. Send groups, decor. Boop. Sends those over. We'll figure out the rest. If in doubt, where is the easiest to reach Moonwell in WoW? So, Cenarian Thicket just east of Shatrath, and the Caverns of Time. Cenarian Thicket. Let's hope AI is not lying to us here. Let's hope. All the Caverns of Time. There's a portal to the Caverns of Time somewhere. Probably downstairs, right? Downstairs. Thermographer to Ashenvale? Is the one in Ashenvale? Is the Moonwell out here somewhere? Let me try this one in the Caverns of Time, because if there's a portal literally straight to the Caverns of Time, it should be easy business. Mr. Norton with the 55 stream streak, though, by the way. Slow and steady, gets the millions. Hopefully, that's the plan. That is the plan. That squeak is so loud. By the entrance to the battle for Mount Hygel, apparently. Which, I can never remember which one's which. Battle for Mount Hygel, this way. A moon well. G motherfucking G. What was it we needed? Primal mooncloth. Times 4. Go. Easy business. Easy business. We now need 2 dream cloth and 4 spell cloth, but we are out of cash monies. We are straight out of cash monies right now. Have we got maybe enough to buy? Oh yeah, hang on. You can't buy dream cloth. Dream cloth is a cooldown. Can't you mass manufacture dream cloth using Spirits of Harmony? But it's still bind on pickup, isn't it? We need 8,000 gold to buy the spell cloth, which we just don't have. That's not going to work, is it? Right, we might have to sell a few pieces of this decor first to recuperate some costs before we go any further then with this. We needed the primal. We need the spell cloth to make the Draenei Weaver loom. The dark pine lumber. That's some BFA farming we need to do. We haven't got to BFA farming yet. And the 2 dream cloth is needed here. Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm convinced. Oh, how did we do dream cloth back in the day? How did we do dream cloth back in the day? Go on, learn. Yeah, bolts and chaos orbs. Oh, we need to be level 75 to make it in the first place. So I need to level my Cataclysm tailoring up a little bit further. We only level them to 60 just to unlock the recipes, but can only be created once a week? Fuck off. This is the one you can do as many times as you like, I think. And is also the cheaper option these days because the Chaos Orbs being basically free. Okay, that's fine. Well, that means I need Cataclysm tailoring level 70. Can we ask old buddy, old pal Zygor for a quick cheeky Cataclysm tailoring leveling guide? Cataclysm tailoring. Heavy ember silk bandages was the suggested path. So just a shitload of ember silk cloth. Go with that. Surely 100 will be enough, right? Oh god, this has gone green. This could be a grind. Old school tuned. Today I've just got on my... This is just one of my daily playlists, so... This should be a little bit different to normal, but... I have not vetted the tunes ahead of time. This is Spotify just doing its thing. Welcome in, Omni. How we doing? Good morning. Okay, we seem to have stopped getting skill points. Solo's puffed himself out now. I think. He can barely keep his eyes open, so he must be taking a nap now. Boy, Solo, just take a nap. Boy. Look at this dog. He can barely keep his eyes open. He can barely keep his... Oh, no, that's not the dog at all, is it? That's not the dog. That's the dog. He can barely keep his eyes open. This is what happens when they play Chase and Tornado. And, you know, they've had breakfast and we've been out for a stroll. They've been playing Tornado for, what, 7, 8, 9, 10... 4 hours straight, pretty much. Now he's finally at a point where he can barely keep his eyes open. But this one, Alma, who seems to have unlimited batteries, is completely unfazed. Completely not bothered. Still trying to play with a tennis ball. Poor Solo just wants a nap. Alma's built different, she really is. Satarian, how are we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Right, there's Cataclysm done then. Where do we get these recipes from? Are these just going to be from the trainers? So we can head back to Orgrimmar to get those. Head back to Orgrimmar for the trainer for those, I reckon. Just here somewhere. We're in a sticky spot, though, where we're out of gold again. We're out of gold again. We're going to be in a real sort of sticky situation for a while with just, like, raw gold until we start getting some of these decor sales flowing in. Because we're... oh, why the hell is my Hearthstone set here? I need to fix this. I'm definitely going to need a better supply of just some basic ass raw gold. Just to level professions and just to cover the cost of some of the mats that go into making some of these decor items as well as the lumber. Most of the value is in the lumber, so once we start selling a few pieces, we sell one piece of lumber and it will cover the cost of like 4 or 5 other pieces being crafted. So it will snowball quite nicely, but we need to get that snowball started. Let me remember to change my Hearthstone location. Because I don't need my Hearthstone set to some arse end of nowhere in Dragonflight. That doesn't make any sense. Which one of you are the innkeepers? You.
What can I help you with? Farewell.
Right, now the tailoring trainer. Brain, think. Tailoring trainer in Orgrimmar. Gotta be in the drag somewhere, hasn't it? I can never remember. Traveling gear, cloth goods. This feels like we're on to a winner. Yes.
Interested in some fine goods?
Right, there's our recipe for dream cloth as well. Oh shit! I don't want to be buying all of these. Not at these prices. I don't care for these recipes. Yeah, let's not just magically keep spamming the buy button.
When you need more goods.
There's me saying every penny counts, and there's me buying like tens of thousands of gold of random recipes I definitely don't need. Whoops. We should now be able to make some dream cloth, right? There we go, we got all the different dream recipes. Dream of Destruction is the one you can do repeatedly, and these days is actually the cheapest as well, which is kind of funny. Why is it suggesting I get these from the auction house? Why is it doing this? Is it because I can't buy the dream cloth? Okay, that's just weird. Because it's bind on pickup, it should know that you can't get it from the auction house. Why is TSM having a boo-boo? This is something real old school. It shouldn't be doing this. If we go into reports, materials, dream cloth. That's for calculating its cost. I don't think there is a way for me to tell TSM that it can't just straight buy this. I think TSM's just being dumb. I think it just hasn't figured it out. What I can do... Now why does this not also say I have the ability to craft it? What's going on here? What's going on here? Dream of Destruction. Well, maybe I just queue up 2 of those. Queuing up 2 of those will tell it to get the materials it needs to make 2 of those. In theory. Shouldn't really have to do it that way, but if that's the way it wants to play. It's also decided that crafting the bolts of Ember Silk is a smarter and cheaper way, which we can live with. Don't know why this button goes funky colour. It shouldn't do. Bolt of Ember Silk. Now why can't I find that? $16? At this point, this is absolutely not quicker or easier than doing this manually. But these are the sort of teething issues that I want to figure out before we're trying to do it on a big scale. And it makes sense if we go and farm up some dark pine lumber next, really, doesn't it? BFA should maybe be our next target for some lumber farming, since we got some recipes from there. Here we go. Another piece of decor crafted. Unity of Thorns tapestry. Yeah, we don't need to start racking in many sales on these for them to start bringing in enough profit to cover the cost of everything else, which is nice. Right, until we farm some dark pine lumber then, we're not crafting these, and we need some more raw gold before we can do much of else. So maybe we head to BFA. Maybe to the BFAs. Let's first off send that tapestry over. Groups, decor, mail it. Off it goes. Oh, I've got 3 mosquito bites on the back of my hand, like all in the same spot. It's making the back of my hand blow up like a golf ball. It's my mouse hand, and it's not happy about it. Started to get itchy again. Yes, they started to get itchy yesterday, but it's always 48 hours after you get stung that they go flipping on fire. Seeing all this, want to start from scratch again. It's
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
It's a weird kind of pain. Honestly, it's a weird kind of pain doing this. There are some things that you just can't sort of like you can't fully grasp or get to grips with without like actually doing it. And when you have a World of Warcraft account and have played the game for years and years and years, and your main account has basically everything you ever need or want with it, you have all of the life luxuries, you kind of forget just some of the weeds you have to crawl through to get anything done when it's a completely brand new fresh account. Oh, Chelina with the 35 months. Thank you very much. Good morning to you. 35, that was a good age. Sadly, long gone now. I have passed that magical number. I tend not to talk about this too much on the internet, but it's not that really much of a secret. But I turned 40 this year, which is relatively scary. But 35 was, yes, a good year. Right, so we got some tailoring decor up for sale. The reality is we just need to sell some of it. If we can sell some of it, it's GG. I'm deliberately not being overly competitive on price because I don't want to give my early lumber farming away for free, but purely for the sake of turnover, I'm tempted to. K-Chak's 40 plus, right? No big deal. Yeah, he is, yeah. Well, shit, is that... I don't know. I forget what people tell on the internet or not. I believe he is. Yeah, my goal at the moment isn't really to be super duper mega competitive on the price. So if I, for example, I do a cancel scan on the decor just quickly, what you'll actually see is a lot of my listings already not cancelling because the auctions are below minimum price. So these are items that are currently being listed. If we look at my crafting cost here, for example, on this expedition tent, TSM is calculating the crafting cost at 10,270 gold. Now, that crafting cost is kind of loose because we simulate a value for the lumber. And the way we simulate a value for the lumber is based on the regional sale average of the items that use that lumber. So what we can see here is that the sale average of this expedition tent is 8,428 gold. That's the average price it sells for. And this is this is actually tracked sales data. This is not like, just a pie in the sky number. This is actually what people have sold it for, or should I say it is the average of what people have sold it for. Now, a lot of people will sell their decor below that average, and then there will be some that sell above that average. That's how averages exist. But from that average sale value, we determine that about 20% of the cost is the raw materials and about 80% of the cost is the lumber, going out and farming the lumber. So we take that 80% value, divide it by how many pieces of lumber, and this is how we come up with our lumber value for TSM. So Ashwood lumber is actually valued at... let me switch my... So we have a custom price source. We have a custom price source for Ashwood lumber. And this is going to look a little bit gobbledygook, but what we're doing is we're taking the regional sale average of every single piece of decor that uses Ashwood lumber. We're adding them all up, and then we're dividing the total by how many pieces of lumber we used to get an average per piece of lumber. This gives us a sort of a rough simulated estimation, a high estimation on what the lumber is valued at. Then, hope you're following along, then within our professions, then within the materials for TSM, what I do is I say, right, well, that lumber, so the number we generated is the high end. That's not taking into consideration any materials that are also needed to be added to the lumber to make a piece of decor. So what I actually do is I take 80% of that simulated price. So in terms of Ashwood lumber, we take 80% of that price, and I can change this between some expansions. Some expansions, for example, like Northrend, for example, I actually probably want to put this at only about 70%, because there's more value in the other materials than, the ratio is different in some expansion. But for Ashwood lumber, we consider the cost of Ashwood lumber to be 80% of that simulated price, which gives a number of 241 gold. So this means Trade Skill Master can now see and do the maths for us, which is what TSM is very good at doing. It can do the maths for us on these items to give us estimated crafting costs. This is the cost of getting the raw materials, plus it's an estimation to the amount of cost we are looking to achieve for the lumber on average. So a fair market rate is about 10,200 gold for this expedition tent. Now, this is where the problem comes in, that on my realm at the moment, its current price is about 7,000 gold. So it's quite a few, it's quite a bit cheaper than the going rate. I need to decide, do I price myself competitively, knowing that I play on a bigger server to try and get some early sales in, knowing full well that I'm going to, basically be giving my lumber away at below average prices? Or do I stick to my guns and just not sell cheap? I'm thinking that for the purpose of early cash flow, we might just have to hustle a bit to get some early sales, even if they are cheap. So items like this, where we're TSM set up to, when it goes below our minimum price, just to post it at normal, which is a great thing to do when you have like 100+ pieces of decor crafted. But at these early stages, I think I need to hustle a little bit harder. I think we need to hustle harder on some of these items to be a bit more competitive on price, to try and drive the possibility of some early sales. Even if it's at the cost of kind of giving the lumber away a bit cheap. But selling something cheap is better than not selling anything at all at this early stage, I think. As long as we're careful that we don't give away stuff too cheap, if that makes sense. I think a slight tweak to my TSM. We've got margin to play with. So if I actually post stuff, we've got a bit of room to play with. So what if we go down to 75% value of the lumber? What if we say that we'll be a bit more competitive on price? Goblin-y gook. It is quite a cool phrase. That's given us there's still a few items here that we're, even at 75% lumber value, we're not really going to be competitive on price with. But this will be the case. We won't be in a position where we can be competitive on everything. But now we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now we're sort of competitive on price on a few items now. And the luxury of posting the decor on the character that we farm the lumber on means every 10-20 minutes it even tracks you in your lumber helper here. You know, how long has it been since you last checked the auction house? So you can keep an eye on this, and like if you want to, every 10 minutes whilst you're flying around farming more lumber, you can do a quick cancel scan if you really insist. One thing I haven't checked is deposit prices on this sort of on decor, but I'm going to assume it's like basically zero. I'm going to assume it's basically zero. Right, we need to pick an expansion where we're short on lumber then. Which is any of the above. Hang on, what are these showing us? Oh, we've got queued crafts. Interesting. Where did these come from? What are these columns trying to tell me? Is this cost to craft and potential... profit per lumber unit for BFA. Oh shit, this add-on's leveled up, look. It even gives you estimated profit per lumber. So for example here, the suggestion here is to go and farm, it would be to farm Burning Crusade lumber because it's arguably worth more when crafting the loom. Oh, that's really clever. That's really clever. If the issue is actually not that we don't have the lumber here, though. The issue is I literally don't have any gold to cover the cost of the other materials that go into crafting the damn thing. But that's actually kind of clever. Queued housing crafts from TSM. What's PSL? What's PSL? I don't know what PSL is. Oh, profession shopping list. Ah, okay, yeah. Shows recipes, the details, the profit, and the lumber requirements. 3,000, an average of 300 gold per lumber. Based on profits of... Oh, this is all quite clever, you know. This is all quite clever. So if we do some... I like this a lot. And what I like about this a lot is the fact that it's tracking it across the different accounts as well. It's not merely saying, oh, this could end up being absolutely goated, you know. Is this going to be tracking records, lifetime profit tracking for housing, decor crafts, and auction house sales? I'm going to have to tap Chris up later to take a look at his stats, because I bet his looks really cool, because he's been doing this on some flipping redonkulous scale. Aggregate total lumber farm 660. 16% double drops. Does it take into account only your current professions? Well, yeah, at the moment I've only leveled up. I've only got recipes from tailoring. We leveled up tailoring first because it's practically free to level up. But this character we're on right now is not a tailor, it's a herbalist and miner. This is across your Gosh, your characters. It's probably pulling on. It's probably pulling all of this information in from your TSM. Oh, look, it's even tracking how many times we get 2x procs and 3x procs for the lumber that we've farmed. Oh, this is quite cool. Yeah, look at, like, there's a 3% chance for a triple proc. 16% chance for a double proc. Invested. Total crafting investment. Sum of all the crafting costs using TSM material prices at the time of each craft. Ah! Okay, this is clever. Yo, this add-on's leveled up since I first played with it back in December. That's actually quite clever. Well, we need dark pine lumber, so let's go BFA. Let's go BFA. We can also, whilst we do it, because these are the first times we're hitting each of the zones, we can pop a guide for herbalism and mining in those zones. Ooh, no, not Kazalgar mining. Try that again. Professions, mining, leveling guides, BFA. Oh, it's Zandalari, isn't it? Zandalari mining. We need Zandalari herbalism. Boom. Right. How are we getting to BFA these days? Oribos, Razorwind Shores, Dornagal, Jade Forest, Crystal Song Forest. Zeppelin to Zoldazar. Oh, we had this shenanigans the other day, didn't we? We had this crazy talk the other day. How do you get to flipping BFA normally? I swear there's a portal to it directly somewhere. Zoldazar, look. There's literally fucking portal to Zoldazar. Zygor's lost his mind. Trying to get me to take Zeppelins all over the place. Got a bunch of lumber, was procrastinating crafting anything because I need to figure out what profession would be more profitable. This add-on solves it. Yeah, I mean, I might actually load this up on my EU account just to see what it looks like with a fully decked out account full of crafters and the likes. It could be quite cool. Obviously, we're starting from 0 over here, so... Oh my god, the treasure chests. Right, let's pick up the profession stuff first. Mining trainer. Train me in mining. Yoink. Yoink, yoink.
I will be seeing you.
Herbalism. It's around here somewhere.
Speak. Spirits be with you.
Complete away home quest in Najatar. Oh, because it wants us to level over in Najatar. That's a good question. Is Najatar actually any good for farming lumber? Where's my... I've farmed lumber in Nazmir before. Nazmir's always where I farmed my lumber before. Do I have a route for Nazmir? I'm wondering if, interestingly, I don't think... Yeah, you're probably not going to... I think I am just going to continue using Nazmir, you know, simply because I know the layout reasonably well, because I've done it before. Means I might sack off that entirely. We'll go up this way. While I'm casually cruising there, I will grab my route for Nazmir. Nazmir, there we go. A bit wiggly, this one. Bit wiggly, but there's a lot in the zone. Right, let's rock and roll then. Time to follow the path. Oh my god, I might turn this off, you know. Are any of the rares worth paying any attention to at all? I don't think they are they? Meaning... I might turn the boopity beeps off. I can't think of any rare that's going to be worth. What do we get from treasure chests out here? War resources. I'm not sure I'm going to care about any of this, am I? Trees are a bit of a problem out here. Visibility is kind of a bit rough, but... Are any of these materials worth anything? What's monolite ore worth? About 5 gold a piece? 5 gold a piece on the monolite. Well, that's worth picking up. I mean, it's actually not, technically, but I need some seed funds anyway. We need the cash monies at the moment. We're so poor, we can't even afford to craft all the decor that we have recipes for. So this is this is a relatively urgent problem to fix. But if every 10 minutes or so... See, look here now, it's like been 12 minutes since we last checked the auction house. Blessing of the long boy and the blessing of being hosting on our lumber farmer is I can just casually come along. Oh, we sold some titanium ore. Don't mind if I do. And do a cheeky little repost. What is the deposits of these? Oh, 30 silver. Oh, so literally nothing. We can keep our... We can take a 30-second break to just repost stuff. Oh, decor's also... Because it's on a single realm, decor's also going to be like 2 minutes until you get the gold on a sale as well. Which is actually going to be like massively important to us, not having to wait an hour for it. That's kind of handy. Yeah, there's like 0 reason to kill these rares. What's storm silver worth? Storm silver. 25 gold apiece. Oh shit, the beds. Well, yeah, we're definitely picking up storm silver ore then. Holy. Why is that worth so much money all of a sudden? Oh, these are bind on pickup. Okay. Flippin' hell is storm silver worth so much money all of a sudden? Is that because it goes into making, you need a lot of monolite as well for... There's the mount, isn't there? The Mecha Mogul doodah. Or is it very heavily storm silver? Oh my god, this rare scanner is going to pop off all the time. Options, rare scanner. And I just turn the disable audio alerts. Yeah, just disable the audio alerts. I don't mind it popping something up, but it's going to drive you lot insane if it goes off every 3 seconds. Right, we gotta get our groove on a little bit here. Gotta get our groove on. Got to try and keep above the 200 lumber an hour, really. 200 lumber an hour makes the adventure worthwhile. Where's this fucking spider? Where's this spider at? Clearly in a cave that I don't know where the cave's gone. Let's play a game of Where's the Lumber? There it is. I don't know how to I don't know how to put this into words without it sounding weird, but I'm going to say it anyway. In that it's kind of fun not having any gold in the game. It's kind of fun having to think about where the next few thousand gold comes from in order to craft the next few things. Oh, hang on, I'm following the route backwards. These seams, can I tap the seams and then unlock the ability? Do you know if you post decor on another server and you want to restock, does it restock properly with TSM? If you, in your settings for TSM, enable region-wide trading, what it will do is it will track the quantity of decor you own in total. Meaning what you then would need to do is reconfigure your crafting operations to be the total number that you want to restock. So let's say you want to restock on 5 different realms. You would want to put your restock quantity, and on each of those realms you want 1 piece of decor. So you actually want 5 pieces crafted. You would change your crafting operation to restock up to a total quantity of 5. It's still up to you to handle distribution of that, but it should, or at least I am led to believe, that it will track all of that fine. I've not done that personally, because I'm kind of... At least when I've played with decor on the EU, I've never really done crafting of decor all that much. I, pretty much instantly went straight into flipping it. Buying the cheap shit, taking it somewhere else, selling it for more. That was more my game on EU, so I didn't do too much of the crafting, but In theory, yes. I haven't done it personally in practice to see just how well it works, but... where's the flipping? Where's it gone? Oh, it's here. It's behind me. And you also might want to change the at what threshold it does craft stuff within your crafting operation as well. So, for example, your maximum and restock you might want to change. So let's say you want to post on 10 servers. You would want to put a maximum restock quantity of 10 if you wanted to stock 1 on each server. But if you wanted to actually recraft 1 every time you have sold 1 on any of your servers, you would also want to keep your minimum restock at 1. Now, this is going to mean that every time you sell something, you're going to recraft it, which is kind of why I tend to think that just having 1 for sale is not great. I would probably try and keep 3 of each piece of decor crafted and for sale. That means that you will only recraft the stuff you've sold a couple of, not just every time you sell something, you then have to recraft it and redistribute it again. That's a bit too micromanagey. But you could also, let's say you want to sell on 5 realms and you don't want to do recrafts that often and you're happy with just having empty realms, you could put your minimum restock to like 5, meaning that if you've sold 4, TSM won't tell you to restock because you've still got 6 in stock. But as soon as you sell the 5th, then TSM will say, right, now I can restock 5. And this is probably where it's more worthwhile doing the redistribution, because you can redistribute to a lot of realms in basically the same time. So you can kind of customize it and be clever about it if you want. And it's all pretty easy to do in TSM. Like I said, in theory at least, I've not put it into actual practice, but that's how it should work. If it doesn't, let the guys at TSM know. But that is how it should work. But that region-wide trading setting is probably the most important to have switched on. Where'd it go? Oh, too much chatter. Look, I'm slacking now. Too much chatter. We dropped below 200 lumber an hour. I need to figure out what setting it is to make these look clearer from afar. I think if I put outline mode to... Is it good? What gives them the purple outline? I can't remember what combination of settings it is to give them a purple outline from a distance. This clearly hasn't changed anything. I actually think you have to drop your graphic settings down by somewhat to do it first. Oh, a double. Yeah, boy. Need to decide if these treasures are worth stopping off for. Probably not. I don't know what I'm going to use war resources for these days. Or if I've got any use for them whatsoever. Does anybody else play this game and wish for the days where things were rare again, though? Like, treasures, for example. I don't know how Blizzard have managed to do this, but they've somehow turned collecting treasures into a monster of a chore of which most people really don't want to do. Especially if you're, you know, a lifetime crafter. How have they turned what should be like a dopamine hit positive experience into a chore? Most people are like not excited in any way, shape or form to go find treasures in the game. I want treasures to, you know, be... I think that, like, they... I tend to think they got rares right back in Wrath of the Lich King. I think that was kind of the point where rares were properly rare. Ever since Wrath of the Lich King, rares themselves have felt less rare and also felt less rewarding to, like, oh, a rare spawned, you know? And treasures have just gone one step further than that now. That now we are proactively going, oh, I've got to go farm my treasures. Like, you ever heard a pirate complain about getting booty? Absolutely not. Something's cooked. They got something wrong. Like a swallowed chest in a fish. It gave me a grey item worth 16 gold and 11 war resources. Ever since they tacked a currency to treasures, they've become boring, haven't they? I'm starting to get the feelings. I'm starting to get the vibes, you know. That whatever Classic Plus ends up being, it might be starting to grab me. But maybe I'm getting swept away in the hype for that one. I'm not sure. Weirdly, I don't want Classic Plus to just be, here's vanilla again. But I want that same feeling of character progression on a character, you know. I would love them to go just like, with Classic Plus, I'd love them to go like the exact opposite of alt-friendly. I would like them to make the game so obnoxiously painful to have an alt that nobody dares even bother try. So that you play one character and you play that character to its max, right? You extract every little bit of value out of that one character. You care about that character, you love that character, you understand that character, and also simultaneously it will build the need for others to have optimized and mastered their characters as well. You could have rare spawns actually be rare, you know. Dare I say it, but bring back 48-hour timers. Make people camp for that shit if it means enough to them. Genuinely. I think if there were really rare spawns, it would be solved by realm hopping, and that's terrible gameplay in my eyes, so I'm kind of fine with how it is now. Yes, realm hopping would be a thing. That is true. Wouldn't mind longer respawns if they increase the drop rates from them. Camping for days is just depressing. Yeah, see this is the thing for me. The reward needs to match the effort. And if it doesn't, then either don't do it. Well, yeah, there isn't really another. There isn't really another, is there? I think there's one of the main reasons why rares are not rare and treasures are not really treasures anymore is because it's a level of instant gratification. You know, it's another one of those you absolutely cannot fail. There was a period of time where Blizzard were very, 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 very scared. And I think they still are to some degree. They were very, very, very scared of letting players fail. Because they realized failure means they stop playing. I mean, if you take any look at the mobile game industry for more than 5 seconds... you actually basically cannot lose when playing a mobile game. It's like, it's physically not possible. You either win or you win big. Losing is not even an option. And that is entirely designed with engagement metrics in mind. Yo, Civ, how we doing? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. What did you get up to? You interest me, because you're always doing something different, like literally every day. You can tune into my stream and you basically know every time I'm going to be doing, you know, you can probably guess what one of the 3 things I'm doing. You explore a game a lot more than me. Oh, excuse me. Yo, Blizz with the biddies. Thank you for those. Appreciate that. Good morning. Welcome in. Hola. That's about the extent of my foreign language skills. Biz, not Blizz. Sorry, it's the slip of the tongue. Do you know how many times I've said the word Blizz in the last 20 years? It's difficult to train my brain otherwise. You're not the only one. It was not deliberate. We are slacking on the lumber per hour. We need to stop picking up all of this ore, you know. Let's get the lumber Oh my god, I'm stuck in a tree. Let's get these lumber numbers up and then we can start picking up some more other stuff. Even though the nickname's older than Blizzard. It's, Yo, another 100 biddies, my man. Appreciate that, thank you. I always wonder where people get their, you know, gamer tags from. Especially people who've had it for like flipping ages. Tested out the level 86, 87. Some archaeology. Took about 45 minutes. Maybe not super efficient then, no. You get XP from archaeology still? That's actually news to me. Oh my god, 1,000 biddies. My man. Jesus, you're spoiling me today. Thank you very much. My flipping alerts for bits aren't even working. I feel bad. But you've absolutely taken the leaderboard on that one. Thank you very much. Trying to catch the goal. Catch away, my friend. Catch away. I'm glad you're willing to share the love. Oh my god. Especially during the more quiet times. We always have expected crazy times during expansions and whatever. It's the off-peak. It's the off-peak love that is also very well appreciated. Who's stolen the wood? Never where you expect it to be. Oh, I never expected it to be on a route. It's super efficient, 30 to 80, so it's only about 5 minutes with rested experience. That's actually crazy, you know. Is that using chromie time as well? Archaeology, 5 minutes a level. That's kind of wild. Yeah, because if it gives you the same experience as like gathering, and you get it'll be per dig, right? For each dig you can do, and I think they've jacked up the amount of digs you can do per site now. So like 10 or 12 digs per site. So that's the equivalent of like 10 or 12 gathers in like very quick succession. That's actually quite funny, you know. I hadn't even... I don't think anybody's considered that. That's kind of cool. We're approaching level 80 now on this dude. 80 is our cap though, because this account doesn't have midnight. And it probably will not have midnight for the quite some distant future, I feel, at this pace, but we'll see. We'll see. Yo, another 100 biddies. I'm being spoiled today. I appreciate that. I will, ooh, explore Nazmir. I will make sure to share the love and pass it on as well. Or I might, considering the dogs are chill, I'll put that towards a new dog toy. They deserve it just as much. They're part of the show. Solo is asleep, finally. He was let rest. I actually don't know where the other two are. They could both be under the sofa. Couldn't name my character after my D&D character, Tequila Sunrise. So the first character was Tequima. Teklima. Then switched my druid, then kept dying at level 40, couldn't complete the quest campaign, and she's been my main ever since 2008. That's kind of funny, you know. You've also mained a druid for like ever. That's wild. Step outside Chromie time, dig in the Eastern Kingdoms. It's double the XP compared to Pandaria and later expansions. Outside Chromie, you one-shot everything from level 35 in the Eastern Kingdoms. Ah, yeah, you're still getting like big boy XP from it. That's actually kind of quite clever. That's quite a trick, you know. It's quite the trick. Oh, we ain't done a cancel scan in like 25 minutes. Woof. Nothing's been undercut. Love to see it. Love to see it. kind of boring maybe is you don't get any gear. Well, I mean, if you've got access to heirlooms, it doesn't really matter, does it? It doesn't really matter. Throw on a couple of heirlooms so at least you keep some in. Some in not totally one-shottable. You've been setting up 14 characters at the tillers? What decade are we in? What is going on? We're talking about archaeology and being optimal for leveling and people setting up the tillers farm. What decade are we in? Have I gone back to 2012? Hey, if it works. What's the crack with the tillers farm these days? Or are you actually playing classic? I can see it making sense if you're playing classic. Tillers farm used to be good for the motes of harmony, didn't they? Nope, in retail? Hey, suit yourself then. Suit yourself. Heck, if we get short on cash, you might find me doing that soon. We're burning through funds at a rapid pace at the moment. Can you imagine we kill a few things out here and get one of the wall drop mounts? That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? The blood... was it called the Blood Feaster? I think these are the dudes you have to kill to get it as well.
Watch your blood!
Back in the day, this thing was like multi-box farmed so hard you could pick up the Blood Feaster mount for like 10k a piece. Now it's probably... if I was to guess, I would say the Blood Feaster mount is probably a 200k mount. If I was to guess. Motes or Trillium. Ah, yeah, it was really good for Trillium, wasn't it? The Tiller's farm, because you basically guaranteed it. I was in Panda Land doing some lumber yesterday. And I must have picked up 500 ghost iron ore before I saw a single Trillium node. So I guess Tiller's farm might actually be the only way to, like, readily, reliably get it. I don't even know these days. Unless there's some other cheeky way to get Trillium, I can't... oh, the Zandalari War Scout, or the rare goodie bags can drop Trillium, actually. And of course you can always transmute up to it. Yeah. What is it, like 10... is it 10 pieces of ghost iron ore? Or 10... you can transmute up to Trillium bars. You can't transmute up to Trillium ore, I don't think. Ghost iron bars into Trillium bars. I mean, arguably, if you need Trillium, it's actually the Trillium bars you need anyway, isn't it? It kind of scares me just how reasonably well I remember all of this stuff. And I should also point out, it's not like a brand new memory because I've played Classic either. This is me genuinely remembering it from back in the day. Needing bars to craft the engineering mounts, as well as to sell one for the extra gold. For some reason I haven't done it in Midnight, not so far. Not sure why. It's the Sky Golems, right? They've nerfed the Sky Golem, he doesn't work anymore. Has that not, like, killed that market completely dead? Although, that is assuming people know that the Sky Golem doesn't work anymore before they buy one. Oh no, Sky Golem's the Jard's particular charged thingy. Is that made that's made from living steel bars anyway, isn't it? God, nostalgia trip today. Nostalgia in the works. Doesn't it only work in old zones? I haven't actually tested that. All I know is that the Sky Golem doesn't work for herbing and mining in midnight. I must admit, I blanket assumed that they just nerfed the mount. But it would be an odd choice to let it still do its thing in the old zones, but not have it do its thing in midnight. One of those weird... Somebody at Blizzard must have at some point, you know, coded that to be a thing. Like, it's that must be a conscious decision to have done that. Like, which is weird. Of all the things to deliberately code into the game, yes, Sky Golem must not be able to work in midnight because it's clearly too overpowered in midnight. We want everybody to level druids. We want everybody to be druids, so it makes it even more difficult for us to tell who's botting and who's not. I don't know. Oh, because they want you to unlock mounted mining with 40 points from the profession, maybe. But then, say hello to my druid friend. Like, you were so insistent on it being quote unquote fair, then why are druids still god tier? I must admit, in the old content zones, because obviously we're playing a druid a lot at the moment doing all of this, in the old zones where I come out of, where I pop out of form to mine something, is really jarring. Because I'm so sort of used to a druid just flying around, picking up everything, staying in form. They should nerf the druids. Thank you very much for the biddies. Appreciate it. I feel as if I should be doing more for you to entertain you with these biddies. Like I said, I apologise as the alerts aren't even working for the bits. We should use, Bear uses this thing on her stream called Blurp, I think it is. Or at least it gives people the option to, like, play a funny GIF or a meme or something at the same time. But I definitely appreciate the support, thank you. Where the hell's this? Oh, it's a monolith node somewhere. Right, we've still only farmed up 100 lumber. We have been slacking pretty hard on this one. Sub 200 lumber in the hour. I've been spending way too much time picking up other stuff, though. Oh! It even dings at you after 10 minutes to check the auction house again. I wondered where that ding was coming from. And it's this little add-on. It dings 10 minutes and is like, maybe you should do a cancel scan. That's funny. It even highlights the would you like to hop on your mount button. Oh, I'm liking this add-on more and more every time I use it. It's 12:07 next week now. It is, isn't it? 12:07 next week. Flipping out. The next week is busy. Next week is busy. We've got flipping World Cup season kicking off. Which I'm going to be honest, I'm not hyped for World Cup season at all this year. Stupid America. Making things difficult for everybody. We got World Cup season kicking off. We got the new patch. It's my 10th anniversary. Which is kind of scary. Me and Mrs. Matthews have booked a small trip away. Neither of us are particularly gifty kind of people. I'm a simpleton and never really want anything. She hates Christmas because I only ever want socks. This typical man, right? I don't want any sort of gift. Like I don't want or need gifts for the most part, right? I'm content with the simple things in life. And often what does happen is if there is anything significant I want, it's probably outside the price range of a Christmas present. So socks is kind of high on the list each and every time. The flip side, Mrs. Manthias is also relatively similar in terms of the fact that she doesn't particularly ever want anything. The only things she wants are what I always consider shit gifts. Why do all women want flipping spa days? Spa days and gift cards, are you mad? I am not, like, so, we're never very good at buying each other gifts particularly. So, for our anniversary this year, we decided a small two-night trip away was a better solution for both of us. It also means I've been married for 10 years, which is kind of scary. To a spa? No, not to a spa. We're not going far. We're not doing anything outrageous. We're going to Tallinn for 2 nights. Estonia. There's 2 sides to this coin, though. That it was quite funny. We mentioned it to my father-in-law, her dad, and the first thing he said was not, "Oh, that sounds nice." The first thing he said was, "Oh, can you bring me back some cheap wine?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." So our small getaway for our anniversary has turned into a business trip. 38 years for Sue and I this October. Senti, my man, that's kind of wild. Congratulations, though. That's a long ass time. "38 years, Jesus. I've barely passed that in terms of, you know, years on the globe. "24 years here next month, I think." I think. It's probably one of those things you should check. Thanks for making us feel ancient. Hey, you're right. You're right. No problems. I gotcha. Don't you worry. Hang on, what am I doing picking up random ass ore? We're here for lumber. Storm silver ore, I'll stop off and pick, but all this monolite rubbish, we'll leave it alone. Yo, Goldson, how we doing? Welcome in. 10 years for Goldson? Yo, we are a bunch of
Let's make sweet,
very,
sweet profit together.
honourable people in here. Bunch of top tier peeps. Committed. Yo, Sensi with the 28. Thank you, my man. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Boys and girls, we're out here farming some lumber. The love has been very good today. Thank you very much. Mrs. and I will probably do a vlog for that, I reckon. I mean, don't vlog all of it. Have to be careful what website you put that on. Right, are we up to 126? It would be nice to get the 250 achievement out the way. The question is do I want to really spend another 40 odd minutes farming the lumber? I'm not sure I do. I might need a bit of a change of scenery. Keep it fresh. Where are you? There you are. Keep it fresh. We didn't need too much dark pine lumber, did we, to craft a few things anyway. But we're actually aggressively short on raw cash monies. Picking somewhere that's got... We might actually have to do an hour... Might not be a bad idea to do an hour of actual, like, straight dedicated material farm. Just so that we can grab something that's kind of... quick selling, bit of a like guaranteed winner, even if it's only a, I don't know, 10k an hour, something or other. Just a quick cash injection to cover the cost of some materials or leveling some professions. Actually, this storm silver, to be fair, is not outrageously priced. Like, what was this stuff worth? Like 25 gold a piece? Is really not bad. But it's clearly 25 gold a piece because it's a bit of an annoyance to farm, but... Seems to be plenty of it out here, though. Don't you wake up. Stay snoozing, crocodile. In a while, crocodile. We leveled tailoring as the first profession because cloth is basically free. I'm wondering if inscription would be convenient to level. We started looking at inscription the other day, but her prices are kind of normalized at about 2 gold to 4 gold a piece these days because of inks. Which might not necessarily make leveling inscription particularly cheap by the time you try and do it across 5 expansions. Certainly leveling classic wasn't totally free. I'm wondering if leveling Inscription from any of the other expansions is any cheaper. The reason Inscription would be convenient is because it's the same character as my tailor. It just means we're only dealing with one character when it comes to, like, crafting stuff and restocking. But do we think any of the other professions are cheaper? Enchanting's got to be pretty cheap these days, surely. Because the old mats must be basically free, right? They got to be. They got to be basically free, the old materials. The old enchanting mats. Or are they going to be expensive just by the fact that nobody bothers disenchanting anything these days? There's an all-in-one add-on that Crazy Bear told me about called Housing Decor Guide by Vamoose. I've seen that. Yes. I have seen that. Is that going to answer some of these hypothetical questions I'm asking? Can't avoid this storm silver, it's worth too much. Oh, hello, fishies. Hello, fishies. See you later, fishies. It'd be nice if some site listed the cost to level each profession expansion. It would be really handy if WoW Professions did that. With how many... I mean, the fact that they have material lists basically for every expansion already, it's nothing more than a few simple API calls and a bit of maths to do it. The WoW Professions website could probably quite easily do that. Fun fact, over the years, I still have no idea who owns that website. I kind of partly assumed that doing what I do so publicly, I would have figured out over the years who owns the WoW Professions website. I've never found out who actually owns it. It's changed hands a few times over the years as well, I'm led to believe. But it means I don't know who to speak to ask about, you know, something like that. Could you maybe please put... I mean, I could always just send them an email and ask, but sending somebody an email and asking just seems so old-fashioned these days. I want to just know who to DM on Discord. Well, let's get the hour dusted. We'll get the hour sorted. We'll sell off any mats we've gathered from this little blast. And then we'll potentially have a little bit of a look at this decor housing helper. See if it has... See if it answers some of these questions. Oh, speak of the devil. Welcome in, Crazy Bear. Good morning. Welcomes. Maybe the owner's old-fashioned, so it still works flawlessly. Well, true. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Feel bad, we still haven't got anywhere near the 200 lumber an hour. I've been hard slacking. You can achieve 200 lumber an hour in most lumbers if you don't do this. If you don't waste your time farming herbs and ore at the same time. Even if you are a druid, in most cases, the smart move is actually to switch off tracking. because it's just unnecessary distractions. I can't fly past an icon on the screen. I just, my goblin brain doesn't let me do it, even though I know categorically, like this right now, platinum deposit. Platinum's going to be worth 0, right? Platinum is, yeah, literally 3 gold. It was a waste of stopping to pick up that 3 gold when I could have instead gathered another piece of lumber, which are worth...
Want your blood?
Wait, hold up. Why do I not have a price for dark pine lumber? I've only just realised my loot appraiser's not doing dark pine lumber values properly. Have I not added the custom price source for dark pine lumber? Okay, we're getting distracted by squirrels here. Operations, custom price sources, dark pine lumber. Oh. I'm going to assume that about 80% of its value comes from the lumber. Aha! I've gone an entire 55 minutes without actually looking at Loot Appraiser in enough detail to even realise that it's not been tracking my lumber. Well, okay, at least it means we've made a couple of thousand gold off the ore. Now it should track the lumber properly. Which is worth... Ding! 241 gold. Yeah, so that proves a point, right? You want to optimize picking up more things worth 241 gold and less things worth 4 gold. So, when you're out farming lumber, you should probably cut out the riffraff. Cut out the stuff that's not worth stopping for. And just focus on more lumber, more lumber, more lumber. Both monolite and any herbs out here fall into the category of probably should just ignore them. Storm silver is really the only thing I should stop and pick up. And in all honesty, if you're really not in any dire need for an extra couple of thousand raw gold, you should probably not even pick up the storm silver ore. Turn off tracking for everything. Just purely zerg as much lumber as you can get. Ugh, me coffee's cold now though. It's kind of that odd cold where it's not cold and it's not hot. Lukewarm. Why do you not have Luke cold as well? Why is Luke only ever warm? I've never understood that word. You're right, yeah. That is the word, but... It's clearly not... Lukewarm can't be in English, like, I don't know. I understand the word warm, but why is it Luke? Can't be an English word. Clearly another one of those words we've stolen from somewhere at some point, as we do the best. Okay, right. I think we're going to sack off lumber in this zone now. Sack off lumber in this zone. Any undercuts? No undercuts. Beautiful. Let's sell the monolite ore. 500 gold a monolite ore. 1500 gold a storm silver ore. The rest of this probably isn't worth putting in on the auction house even, but... Ha! What's going on here? Why are people baiting on flipping tide spray linen? Okay. Luke invented it. And Luke was gay. A warm brother. Hence lukewarm. Is there any factual information in that whatsoever? He's a big boy. Made of stone hide. Why is stone hide? Why? Okay. He's a big boy. Right, that's at least a little bit of the dark pine lumber that TSM was complaining we were missing earlier anyway. No clue, but it is logical. There is some sense in that. Let's go put the lumber in the bank.
Yeah. Well, spit it out.
Okay. Why have I got, like, one piece of Shadow Moon lumber? How have I managed to get one Shadow Moon lumber?
Glad I could help.
Okay. Let's, we haven't got much to play with. We've not got much to play with at all, in fact. We have not got much to play with here, but I think it's probably smart to look at getting our hands on a couple more decor recipes from the early expansions where we've got lumber lying about. Lumber just knocking about in the war bank ain't gonna do shit for us, is it? Let's be real. So we could do with a few more recipes. Means we need to level up a few more of the professions. I'm probably gonna sort of focus on the, the first 5 expansions for now. I tend to think that some of these are the cheaper expansions to level the professions in. Plus, keeping it to like 4 or 5 zones we farm lumber in makes the whole operation a little bit more manageable to begin with. So, I'm going to jump back over and we will start some investigations on inscription. Classic inscription was getting quite pricey, but that's because we needed to get to like 240 skill to get the recipes. When we only need to get to 60 skill in TBC, Wrath, all of this sort of stuff, it might be pretty cheap to just quickly bang out, get an extra couple of recipes, get a few more bits of decor crafted. Oh, I was going to look at this add-on, wasn't I? Housing Decor Guide. What's the odds I already have that? No, I've got Housing Lumber Helper. Curse Forge. New update is ready. Alright, sure, do your thing. Is it doing it? Why is it not? Why is it? Okay. First Forge. Browse. What was it called? Housing Decor Guide. Housing Decor Guide? Yo! Casual million installs. You shitting me? Some pretty spicy amount of downloads, you know. On some of this, some of these decor add-ons. Everything housing decoration in the game in Wadan, or browse the full catalog with 3D previews, see where each piece comes from. Track, craft, buy, sell, housing decor. Holy balls, this has got a lot more to it than I remember it having. Let's have a little pokey pokey. We might have to reload, then turn it on, then reload again. Maybe. Something dinged at me. Who dinged at me? Okay, it's already on by default. Housing decor guide. Boom. Boom. What the Christ on a bicycle do we do now then? So we got all of the different pieces of decor. I only care about crafting. Known? Okay, it knows which ones we know. It shows what it is. Shows what we need. Materials. Raw. Oh, estimated costs. Where's it getting these numbers from? Buy mats from the auction house. Is that going to make an auctionator shopping? I bet that's what it does, doesn't it? I bet it makes an auctionator shopping list. Housing, decor, guide, recipe, materials. Yeah, so it makes a... Okay. It makes an auctionator shopping list if you just want to buy the mats to make the thing. In small quantities, just where we want to... In small quantities at the beginning, this is probably easy. Oh, we can add it to a queue. The thing it doesn't do, that'll be a touch frustrating, is it doesn't give me the natural tooltip so I can see how many of them I already have. Okay. Clear that for now. If I queue up a bunch of these, does it give me a big old list? Oh, it does give me a big old list. So direct or raw? What's the difference? From vendors, from gathering. Oh. Oh, is it breaking it down into all of the raw materials that you then use intermediate crafts to craft up? Clever. Fun fact, it claims to be cheaper to buy the direct materials rather than the raw materials. It's kind of funny. Okay, this is handy, and then we could do the same Okay, it seems to have crapped itself, though. Seems to not find these items particularly well. I don't know why it's showing the item IDs for these. This doesn't seem to be perfectly sensible. I can see how it's doing this. It doesn't seem to translate into Auctionator particularly well. Maybe there's some tweaks we can do to it. What's warehousing? Once again, it's just simply tracking how much of each lumber we have. These numbers look like the total quantity needed to craft one of everything. So it's suggesting you stock 506 ironwood lumber, as that would allow you to then, in theory, craft one of everything, I believe. These numbers look familiar, you see. Any ATT vets? Anybody know how to get rid of a breadcrumb quest that I'm not able to pick up? I don't know how you hide individual specific things in ATT. I'm not sure. True ATT connoisseurs, though, will make a new character and do it. That's not the answer you want, though. Oh my god. It's now showing literally every single material that is used in lumber, and I can click on Star Ruby and it shows what it's used in. Okay. Don't really feel as if I'll have any use for the warehouse feature here. Trainers. This could be useful. Let's see what's going on here. Inscription. Okay, so it's going to point you to where you can buy the recipes, which in essence is just pointing you towards the profession dude for each expansion. Okay. Alts. Count summary, best skill per profession. Sufficient skill, insufficient skill, no recipes, all recipes known, missing decor recipes. So this will probably... Is this going to learn magically? Yeah. So once I open the professions, this will at least populate and learn what's occurring. So where they're green, it's all recipes are known. So this will be good, at least, to try and keep track of who we've got the recipes on and from which expansions, as we slowly try and eventually make all of these boxes be green, as to say that we know all of the recipes. Find lumber not learned. Okay. There doesn't seem to be too much in this add-on that's kind of useful for me right now that I can't already do. This being able to quickly queue a few things up would be kind of useful. If, it'd be kind of useful, but I feel I can do this better through TSM. just because it's also going to be difficult, I think, to... Ready to craft, have most, halfway. Oh, so this is giving an indication to which ones we can just craft now, because we already have the mats to craft them. Yeah, the problem, I think, here is going to be quantity. Like, if I've already got one of these, I don't want to craft another one. I used it mainly to track where I had gaps and where to get them. Now I just use TSM to do the restocking. Yeah, I tend to think I agree with that. I think I will probably just use TSM for most of this. But I'm wondering if there's anything else in here that's... Oh, hello. Oh, this is kind of quite clever. Just as I thought I might not be paying too much attention to this, something crops up that intrigues me. Numbers, money. Dollars per lumber. Currently, an earthen hospitality cheese like a brick is nearly 2,000. It has a value of roughly 2,000 gold per piece of lumber. It takes 5 pieces of Dornic fir lumber. You telling me these sell for 10k a piece right now? Yeah, the fact I can't get regular default tooltips is probably the thing that's more frustrating me. Because I would like to see the direct TSM details on all of this. Maybe there's options for this. Looks like I may be able to use a second character to get the quest and then party sync it. Yeah, that sounds right. That would allow your main to do that quest. Whether it would trigger completion for ATT, though, is another thing. Give it a go. Maps to TSM's DB region sale average. The average sale price across your region. This maps to DB market, so it's useless. Can we hide it? No. We can filter by it, but... What's this percentage? Oh, we can track all. It can track all known recipes. Well, that's kind of handy. So as you can see, as of right now, the recipes that I have range from as low as 100 gold per piece of lumber, all the way up to 1,000 gold per piece of lumber. Okay, this is statistical stuff that could be kind of useful. What's Mogul? 41 crafts planned. Um... 41 crafts, 951 lumber used. 4 Draenei Weaver looms, 7 gilded Dalaran banners, 10 Pandarian meander rugs. Runners up did not fit. Oh, is this trying to consume all of my lumber in a sizably optimal way? Lumber used in the plan, 951 out of 1,013 that I hold. Oh, I see. Total of 96,000 gold worth of materials would go into that, which could generate a revenue of 462,000 gold, assuming you could obviously then sell them all. Okay, there's some interesting stuff here at least. Ranks crafts by the amount of gold you could make. Ranks by decor you don't own yet. Completionism over gold. Plan from this character's known recipes. Pulls recipes and materials from across your characters. Buy mats from the auction house. Use your own mats. Only plan crafts from your current materials. No shopping. This is the, like, aggressive solo self-found way of doing this, which is a mental decision. What we got here? Supply impact off. Smooth. Favors lumber light crafts so your wood stretches across more pieces. Haha! That makes sense. You want to be frugal and favor things that can be crafted quickly. Oh, that's clever. You're taking a hit on revenue, but it will stretch your lumber across more crafts, which in theory, this is only in theory, leads you to items that are likely to sell quicker. I genuinely didn't realize, you know, that there was already add-ons out there that are doing this sort of level stuff with decor. Like I said, this is lots of handy numbers to have. Could I then, in theory, if I wanted this, just go boom, auctionator, and it makes a... Yeah, once again, it seems to struggle with the item IDs. I'm wondering if it's trying to take... Because it gets some of them, right? Dream Cloth, Inferno Ink, Obsidian Bar, Eternum Thread. I think it's pulling these from some TSM. But if TSM doesn't have... Yeah, this is probably pulling from TSM's material database, isn't it? So if these items that it's asking us to buy, I in my TSM don't have it listed as a material because I don't have a profession that crafts with that item in the first place. It's falling flat on its face. This would probably work so much better on my EU account where I've got all of the recipes, all of the professions, everything already. It's clever though. Definitely worth paying attention to. Dedicated shopping lists. Zone to go and grab things. What's the config in here? Can we tell it to use... Main settings. Interface stuff, advanced. Mock TSM. Tend TSM is installed and price every item at a flat 100 gold. So the TSM price path, goblin profit columns, profit calculated, can be tested without TSM. Oh, okay, so it does basically steal all of the data from Trade School Master. I think there's a Blizzard bug. There was some decor recipes where TSM says I can craft it, but I don't have all of the mats. I verified the bug with TSM, but they never told me why. I'm sure I'll stumble across them. I'm sure on this little journey we'll stumble across them. And then I can poke the guys over at TSM again. Somebody please teach TSM warehousing to put stuff on existing stacks in the bank, constantly running out of space, and it's infuriating. I don't know if add-ons can. I'm not sure if add-ons can. Because I don't think add-ons have access to the sort function that banks use, do they? Stagnated. Or maybe it has to be done in two actions. Maybe it has to be put into the bank and then a sort function needs to be done to stack it or something. Could just be that TSM's missing that second step, possibly. Okay, there's not a huge amount of options. I was wondering, for example, if we could switch this over to using not just TSM's info, but Auctionator's info for the purpose of materials. But apparently not. But it still feels as if it could be useful. It didn't answer the original question I had, which is trying to find out which expansion and which recipes are like the cheaper ones and easier ones to get. But we can do that ourselves. That's fine. We got to 144 with classic inscription before I realized this was getting too expensive too quickly. We need to get up to like 240. I didn't have the goal to do that, so I might now try. Let's take a little looky at inscription from leveling guides, outland inscription. See what we need for this. Oh wait, no, hang on. Fly, my pretties. Oh, downstairs. Reverse. Reverse. Paginator fills the stacks first and then starts a new one. TSM just moves your stack and that's it. Oh, okay. Have TSM slowed down the warehousing function recently? I've not tested this for a little while, but I gave them some feedback a couple of months ago on that they were TSM was trying to put stuff in the bank too fast, and that's why you were getting that invalid bag error. It was hitting a throttle because it was doing it too quick. Somebody, and I wish I could remember who suggested this, but somebody somebody suggested that if they use basically the same code that they do for the guild bank, which adds a verification step that each transfer has happened first, that it slows it down enough to not cause that error. I gave the feedback to TSM that would probably be smart to use on the warbank as well. It would slow down the process slightly for everybody, but it would be at the cost of it not erroring out, which I personally thought felt like a bit of a... That feels like a bit of a happy medium. Happy medium fix. $200 light parchments. Where's the light parchments? I think we're going to quite need a full 200 of them, but...
You come back
Spent an hour trying and failing to get a 35 kilogram pup down a set of stairs. The pup and my mum are stuck upstairs now until my brother gets home. The pup will go upstairs but not down them. Oh dear, okay. My apple dog was never happy particularly about going downstairs. I think when you think about how a dog has to go downstairs, right? Can you imagine going downstairs? Like if you had to go downstairs with your ass significantly higher than your head, I think it would feel kind of a bit wild to go downstairs for a human as well. Plus, when she was a puppy, we lived in an apartment block, and the apartment block had like gaps, but it was just like concrete. They were just concrete slabs, and there was a gap between each one of them, and they were actually, to be fair, like really quite slippy. And she slipped going down the stairs a few times. And I think that stayed lodged in her brain forever and a day, that going downstairs is scary. Yeah, 35 kg pop is they're gonna have to go down the stairs themselves in most cases. It's not an easily carryable dog, is it? Nether pigment. Now, can we do browse? Aha, yes. It works when you spell it correctly. Works when you spell it correctly. What we are looking at here, farm and mill them with herbalism or just purchase them from the auction house. Now, the cheapest way of getting nether pigments is to buy Dreaming Glory and mill it, by the looks of things. Because nether pigments themselves are sat at 8 gold apiece. And I need 300 of them. That's like 20k gold. And I don't have 20k gold. It's my brother's fault he didn't lock the crate. Yeah, that'll do it. Oops. It still feels as if it's going to be quite expensive. What are some of these next steps? Craft a shitload of ethereal inks. Make all of these, you'll need them later. Scrolls of strengths. So we are just like straight up burning gold into scrolls, which will just get vended. And then we end up just making ethereal inks until we cap it out, apparently. Oh no, we're researching using ethereal inks. Okay, this unfortunately once again feels like it's going to be quite an expensive journey. I think all inscription professions are going to be quite expensive, you know. It's a kiss curse here though, because inscription also has way more recipes than everything else, which is kind of why I want to try inscription to begin with. Maybe we just do it in chunks. I mean, it claims I'm going to need like some 2,000 flipping Dreaming Glory in order to do this. Yeah, because we only get a few pigments from each. We get less than 1 pigment per herb. Take note, Blizzard. This is how yields are meant to work in professions. You're meant to take 1,000 herbs and crush them down into like a couple of hundred of intermediate materials. They've completely gone loopy-doopy with the yield in inscription in Midnight, which is causing big issues. Let's say we've gained all of the nether pigments we need. Craft 173 inks. That's what it's trying to get us to do. We'll use these later. The inks are worth 17 gold apiece. Dreaming Glory's down to 2 gold on EU. Typical. Typical. I know he's seen me come in. You know, banging all of this out on the EU account, I couldn't care less if it cost me 20k, 50k to level the professions. But on NA, I have to care about this because we don't have that much gold. But we get like 5 or 6 recipes for each profession that we actually unlock properly. With inscription. Because even TBC inscription is... How many recipes is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 recipes. Gives us a big old wide selection of stuff to craft and post. Keeps the amount of professions we have to level to a minimum, so... Is it worth just doing it now, just so we can? Might be. Still in theory get skill points for milling. Means I should probably mill more herbs. Can we take it one step further? I was searching the pigments. Can I search the inks? Whilst you can get skill points for milling, you probably should. I wonder what the cost of leveling every profession through every expansion to max would be. Pretty costly, I'd imagine. Yeah. I know I spent a few 100,000 gold doing it back in December. And I had most of it already done. It's not cheap. It is the initial upfront investment you do have to make to get into decor. Which is where a lot of our revenue from selling a few pieces will be reinvested into unlocking more and more recipes. But we kind of like, you know, we gotta snowball the operation a little bit somehow. My craft has started with no skill, and I estimate it was about 2.5 mil. It also would have... It depends when you did it. If you did it on decor launch, you probably paid a premium as well. Because all of the mats got jacked up in value pretty heavy. I still think it could easily be 1 million gold, though. Easy. This literally becomes the only way we... What skill do we need? 60. Is there no better cheeky way? Dark Moon cards. We can unlock how to make a Dark Moon card. Use flipping Primal Life, though. 700 gold a craft. 61 gold a craft. Now we're talking. 61 gold a craft. Where do these come from? Why am I not making these? $61 gold a craft as opposed to 600 gold a craft. Why am I not making... Why am I not making those? where does dark flame ink come from? The auction house, by the looks of things. You can also make a bunch of them. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. Google says that leveling every profession in World of Warcraft across all expansions costs between 250k and 500k total gold. Although this can balloon to over 1 million gold depending on auction house spikes. Get some more up-to-date actual crafting prices on these. Okay, we can buy ethereal inks at 17 gold a piece. Yeah, we can actually also make these for 8 gold a piece. Which means crafting a whole bunch of these is still the play. Not going the route of crafting the research, which the Zygote guide suggests. Now, way back in the day, this was probably the cheapest way of doing it. Because back in the day, the dark flame inks would have probably been a lot more spicy in price. Today, that's just not the case. We're also gaining a bunch of skill points from crafting these. It'll probably go grey at 30. Means we only need to make 30 of these to get to 60, which gets us the recipes. Sometimes following a guide is not the play. And actually, we could sell out these nether pigments and ethereal inks and recuperate most of our gold back. And almost then level the profession for free. This takes 6 per. They're valued at only 147 off the auction house. Yo, if we sell out the nether pigments, do we spin a profit from this? I think we do. The question is do these stop giving guaranteed skill points in like 5 points or something? Buying the nether, what did we say when we looked at the, it was about 8 gold each to buy the nether pigments, wasn't it? And we were producing them by buying Dreaming Glory and breaking it down. So at 3 gold 20 a piece, 3 times 5 is 15, and we were getting an average of 2 pigments, so we were basically getting the pigment. Yeah, okay. I'll just sell out the pigments. Sell the pigments back out. That covers the cost. Okay, yeah, I got this. I got this. We'll sell those out. And then, can I buy me some dark flame inks? 6 times... What skill are we on? At 37, we need 23 points. 23 times 6. 150? Is like 200 gold. We go get some more light parchments.
Good prices here.
Right, let's hope these take us to 60. If these take us to 60, we've leveled Outland Inscription for like almost for free. 500 gold. Oh no, they've turned yellow. Oh no, now they've turned green. Oh, we might have to craft some of them to reach 60 then. We might have to do some of these to get to 60. I've got mats to do 10. Get me to 50 at least and I'll be happy. Go on, let the power of Tiesto give us some bonus. Come on. Need 2 more skill points. 1 more skill point. 1 more skill point. Boom, 50. There we go. Right, I'm going to have to do these then, aren't I? We are going to have to do this 10 times in order to get... Is it worth crafting the glyphs instead? No. Similar cost, but not guaranteed skill points. Secretly using a calculator? Never use a calculator. Beautiful. Right. Skills 60. That should get us the recipes. Yeah, boy. Don't mind if I do. Let's also show them to TSM. And... what's going on here? Why is that having a heart attack? Okay. Now we should be able to also craft some of these. We should hopefully have enough Alemba lumber to craft 1 of every one. Those Corium bars are going to be a bit of a sticky situation, but the rest of them shouldn't be too expensive. There seems to be some weird... I'm going to do a reload. ESM seems to be doing some weirdness. Why is me TSM gone, Loopy? Why is gathering not working all of a sudden? Oh yeah, I haven't queued first. Yeah, it's me being a donut. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's me being a dumb. TSM's on strike for better pay. Yep. Right, so here we go. Here's the new ones. Bunch of stuff we need to grab. For you. Wait, I need to buy scrolls of intellect. 50 scrolls of intellect. Ah! Interesting. Light parchments and ethereal inks go into making these. And these are massively overpriced right now. It should probably restructure itself in order to tell me to not buy these in a second. Greater planar essences. Heavy not hide leathers. Not enough cash monies. Oh god, we're in poor territory again. Oh, and my war bank thing's on cooldown. Okay, just take me back to Orgrimmar. We'll do it properly. Go steal some gold out the war bank, assuming I have gold in the war bank to steal.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh my god. Not much.
Catch on
Ugh. We are so cash poor, it's scary. Make these ethereal links. We need these apparently. Okay, yeah, it's reconsidering its options here. When I did my video series about going from 0 to 1 mil, seemed like every stream I was out of gold. Yeah, I will be in this world of never having any gold for the foreseeable future, I think, honestly. Since the gold sat in my bags is not doing anything, you know. When we need to spend gold on things, having gold in your bags is kind of pointless, but it's just choosing where to actually spend it. It's telling us to craft these scrolls of intellect. That makes a lot of sense, because these were stupid expensive to make, to buy. Sorry. Crafting these is help getting these. Save a bit of dollar. Do the intermediate crafting. The last 4 days just selling everything brings home the dollar. Yeah, I've always said that with gold making in this game, you only actually make gold when you stop spending everything and just cash out. It's why I always wonder how I always wonder how people have these graphs that just like steadily go up in their TSM. I'm like, you're just making all of this gold and then you're sitting on it. Like, why are you not reinvesting that to make the line go up, theoretical line go up faster? But it's their own. buy the light parchments. Okay, that's fine. 6 heavy knot hide leathers. Those primal life are a bit spicy, but I'm sure as shit not going out farming motes of life right now. Oof. These are not cheap either, but beggars can't be choosers at the moment. Corium bars are... I mean, they're not cheap, but they're fairly priced at least. Not getting skamazed. The spelm cloth. Can we finally buy some of this spelm cloth? I need 4 of it. So the answer's no. We're still just not going to buy the spelm cloth. Craft these 10 scrolls of intellect, and then we should be able to craft these newly learnt inscription things. And then we go again. Then we go again. yeah, graph like that. How do people keep the how do people keep their graphs just steadily increasing? How do people do this? How do they keep their graphs going steadily up? My graphs are always flipping spiky muck spiky. Up and then straight down again. Always. Or better still, just down. Genuinely just down. A friend of mine did a 0 to 5 million for the Bruto. Was so burnt out after buying them out, he then quit. Wow. I'm not surprised. But I tell you what, back in BFA, it was that Bruto grind that kind of gave me the kick to get back into content creation. Because I saw so many people just burning themselves into the ground trying to get 5 million gold. It was not healthy and it was not sustainable. I mean, clearly. Right, there we go. There's a whole bunch more decor to get listed and hopefully sell. Let's ship it off where it needs to go. Decor, send, off you go. Any of this that's worth selling? No, all of this can go straight to the vendor. Straight to the vendor with you.
Loktar.
Straight to the vendors with you. Got some bonus mats knocking about here, which we will keep for a rainy day. These will be useful for restocks. Right. We don't sell the decor unless we list it, so let's get it all listed. Bruto grind actually felt easier than I was expecting. Anchorweed transmutes helped a lot. Still a slog. I saw so many people just farming at, what was it, a Tolned Man, or what was that? What was that first pyramid-shaped dungeon? Tolndazat? No, where was it called? I can't remember. I saw so many people just like skinning, crafting braces, and then vendoring them that I was just like, this is bonkers. And at the time, YouTube was just plagued, absolutely plagued with like dog shit clickbait raw gold farming videos. And I was like, there has to be a better solution for this. Aha, we sold some Saronite ore, and that, surprisingly, that 2,000 gold from that Saronite ore is going to be really useful. Because we are seriously cash poor at the moment. TSM seems to think we have a grand total of 15,000 gold to our name. No undercuts on any of those. Now I'm intrigued to see just how many of these are going to go in at their... How many are actually going to go in undercutting competition and how many... Oh, that's actually nice to see. All but one of them are going in at a competitive price. Only this tapestry is so cheap at the moment that we're not bothering to sell it. Takes 35 dark pine lumber, this tapestry. That's probably why. It's a high lumber craft. These are often a bit sticky, a bit more difficult to sell. But that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more pieces of decor that's, you know, at least on the cards to sell. Right. Right. I don't think we have enough gold right now to level up any more professions. Although another...
Yo.
Another, we still have a lot of lumber.
Keep your ear
I
to the
think maybe trying to get... let's try Wrath Inscription. Let's see if we've got enough gold lying about to get Wrath Inscription done. Because that should be yet another 6 recipes if we can. Bruto got me into it. That and having to stop raiding due to a hand injury. Oof, yeah, that'll do. That'll do it. It's a different kind of rich to just go to the mailbox and take the needed Dun-Dun shards. That is a level of rich. Hang on, this fella does not need 5,000 gold on him. Not at this point when we are cash flow poor. This 5,000 gold needs to be spent on leveling professions or on crafting more decor. Burn every penny. Burn it all. I genuinely think I'm going to change Warband Miser to just keep no more than 1,000 gold on any of my characters. Just because literally we're at the stage where every penny counts. Where is Warband Miser? That one. Just nobody gets more than 1,000 gold. No reason to just have random gold lying about.
Yeah? What do you want?
Oh, why did that not work?
Keep it real.
Only deposit. Why did that not work?
What's up?
Oh, there we go. It was just being
Don't
weird.
be a stranger.
Dancing around characters in order to like claim 1,000 gold off them is fucking mental. When you can get 1,000 gold from doing a world quest in midnight. But we don't have midnight. So just because that's available, doesn't mean we can do it. Dawn Crystal price has gone nuts over on NA. Over 500 gold for rank 1s now. The bot farms have really shut down. I mean, let's hope. Let's hope. I am all for
What's
bots
shaking?
going away. they can take a long walk off a short pier. The sooner the better. They've either, you know, had their operation stunted by being banned, or the alternative is that they've or alternatively they've they've just seen the negative press. They've seen that the heat is on them a little bit, and so they've just turned the operation off themselves for a few days until people stop paying attention. That, or they're just not being so brash about how they do it anymore. It's always a game of cat and mouse. Whichever way, though, whichever way it works out, like their impact being less on the economy is always good, in my opinion. Right, why can't you have profession accessory that can be equipped? Why won't that message go away? Like, thanks, game, but go away. Right, we've got 10,000 gold to level professions and to craft more decor. How far can we stretch this 10k? How far do we think we can stretch this? Let's see if we can get Wrath inscription. Northrend, there we go. Not as far as you'd like. Probably not, no, but if we can get the profession leveled for a couple of thousand gold, and then spend 5,000 or 6,000 gold on crafting another handful of decor items, you know, we very quickly are going to get to a point where we'll be able to snowball. When you start getting enough pieces of decor, and you then start getting a couple of sales of those decor items, you start, you know, I start getting paid out for all of this lumber farming we've been doing. It'll snowball quite quickly. But this initial graft is just a bit challenging.
Hi, how are you?
Right, let's see
Have
what
a great day now.
this is looking like. You're claiming to get a shitload of azure pigments. So let's try the same trick again. Actually, let's take a little bit of a look at the leveling path naturally here. What are you wanting me to do with these? Craft a fuckload of Ink of the Seas. You want me to make a huge amount of Ink of the Seas in order to then go and do what? You want me to buy a bunch of light parchments. We can do that anyway. They're free.
Greetings.
Okay, I didn't actually want 750 of them, but whatever.
Safe travels.
We get to skill 25 by just crafting some of these inks. Then we're going to be making stamina scrolls to probably vendor, which I'm not overly, excited about. Is this what we're doing? We're just making these dumb level scrolls the entire time. It looks like it. Scrolls of agility, hit 55, and then craft 20 more Inks of the Seas until we hit... Does this mean we can just craft Ink of the Seas all the fucking way to skill 60 in theory? Oh, sorry, research 20 Inks of the Seas, which is this. Okay, let's do a little bit of research first to try and do this actually as cheaply as possible. We go in Mantheus Goblin mode now. We're going to... let's double check we got relatively accurate prices on crafting these. I should just do like one big auctionator scan, but... do we need skill 60 for these? Yes, skill 60. So, we are going to have to do a little bit of milling. We are going to have to do a little bit of milling. So we go TSM, we go browse, we go... What's the command I'm looking for here? What pigments are we making? Azure pigments. Azure pigment slash crafting will show us all the herbs we can mill to get the azure pigment. And interestingly, it's starting to look... Oh, azure pigment is not far off the cheapest way of just getting azure pigment anyway. And it's only 3 gold a piece. So it's only going to cost us 600 gold to buy all the azure pigment anyway. In order to save the hassle, we might just... Wait, why am I buying... I am not buying... What, 5007 game? Why have you lost the plot? Where did you get that number from, TSM? I will buy the 214 because it's 600 gold and that's fair game. Let's craft these until we stop getting skill points from them. And actually, I might see about just trying to straight up sell these Ink of the Seas. We make profit on selling these Ink of the Seas, believe it or not. Buy azure pigment. Buy azure pigment. Sell the inks to everybody else using a default guide. I actually don't need the full amount because this will take us to 75 and I don't need to get to 75, I only need to get to 60. So we will have some spare materials at the end. Some of those materials might go into making the decor items anyway. Is this going to take us to skill 20 maybe before it grays out? Come on, where's the last skill point? 19. There we go. Let's assume we've made all of those already. Research 5 Inks of the Seas. Yeah, holy RNG indeed. Sometimes when the recipes are green, that last skill point can take forever. I swear the game hates me sometimes. Learn the scroll of stamina. It's trying to get me to learn scrolls instead of doing other things. I mean, for 80 coppers, we just buy the recipes, you know. Yeah, I suppose this makes sense. We make some of these. Dark Moon cards aren't going to have any actual value. Faces of Doom. These have got a regional sale average of 900. These have actually got a regional sale average in the first place. Hang on, the wife's calling. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. Holy moly. Oh, sorry, I took a few minutes longer just to take a quick stretch of the legs. Took the doggos out for a quick pee. It's pooning it down outside. Awesome for the garden, but it's all cold and wet outside. I don't know what's going on. Where did I get to? Oh, we were getting to... We were getting to finishing off leveling Northrend inscription, yeah. Oh yeah, I was looking at these. These have actually got a sale price on them. The likelihood of them actually selling, though, is so goddamn slim. I don't even think I'm going to bother crafting one of them just to try. It doesn't seem like it has much value. I think we are going to mostly follow the guide here, which is crafting up a few of these and then just putting them in the bin, unfortunately. But if it does the job, it works. It was raining so hard earlier, it was turning on the security light. That's some pretty heavy rain. Scrolls of Verse. Yeah, I guess we just make a few more of these. I guess 5 more. Just kind of burning these inks, unfortunately, but because all of this will just go straight to the vendor. We only need to get to 60, so hopefully it won't be too painful. One of the classic decor bookcases needs one of the scrolls, so you might want to check which one before you bin them. There was one scroll we were looking at a minute ago that had a market price of about 12 gold, which was a bit of a telltale sign that it was needed in decor. We had to craft 50 of them or something silly. But all of these that are like a gold a piece just go in the bin. Not worth trying to put them on the auction house. Oh, these agi ones looks like we take all the way up to skill... Oh. 55. Might have to craft a few more of these. Unless RNG does as good. Is it intellect 5? Was that the one? Oh, we were nearly got there without any bonuses then. Now we have no choice but to craft 5 of these. Just because. And 60. Beautiful. Here's our decor recipes. That's what we wanted. Favorite all of the decor recipes. This just means I don't have to filter through each one of these to see them. We just get a nice big old list of decor at the top. These characters are not really going to use the old professions for anything else but crafting decor. I can use the favorite system just to quickly see all the decor. It will also be helpful to see which ones we can recraft quickly as well. Awesome. Right, let's do what we did last time and show those to Trade School Master. So TSM knows they exist. And better than that, try and stock them. Go. That stupid loom. So we still need the stupid spell cloth. I'm just going to sack that off. Right. What do we need to craft a bunch of these then? Gathering. Task list. Go. Oi, 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 oi. Keep the woof into a minimum, Liz. Yeah, I kind of Needed to let the dogs out for a pee, but that also means the dogs are wide awake again. So, if woofing occurs, I apologise in advance. Right, do a bit of a cheeky scan. See what we can get with the gold we've got left. Icy pigments in order to make snowfall inks by the looks of things. I might see if there's I might actually see if there's a cheaper way to get the icy pigments by milling. Let's grab cobalt bars. They're pretty spicy. Is cobalt, can anybody remember, is a cobalt bar 1 or 2 pieces of cobalt ore? No barking. I think it's 2 pieces of ore, isn't it, for a cobalt bar, but only 1 for a saronite bar. I think that's why saronite bars often have profit in them, because people always assume it's 2 and it's not. Right, we'll buy 6 of those anyway. Hey, we're starting to buy titanium bars and titan steel bars here. This could get spicy pretty quick. Let's see how far we can get with this. Ametrines, 300 gold a pop. Oh my god, nearly 2,000 gold in those. Oh, fuck a duck. We got 12,000 gold of titan steel bars. We do not have 12,000 gold for titan steel bars. Let's see how far we can get without buying these titan steel bars. Or whether it's going to hardcore cuck us from basically crafting anything if we don't. Alright, let's make some more of these intermediates first. Get those off the shopping list. Cobalt is 1 ore per bar, just checked. That probably means that crafting and selling cobalt bars is cash monies as well. Oh, and it's saronite that's 2, okay. I got it the wrong way around. Uh, 12 titan steel bars to make a bookcase. Are you taking the piss? Dalaran Scholar bookcase. Oof. That is expensive. That's, we're calculating the lumber value at about 13,000 gold. There's about 10,000 gold of other mats there. That's nearly a 50-50 split on the Coldwind lumber. Ouch. That taps into the value of the lumber pretty aggressively there. That's quite an expensive one. Oh yeah, some of the oh Jesus, the bench as well is another 4 titan steel bars. Some of these are, yeah, I can see why you don't get quite the same value from your your Northrend lumber as you do some of the others. It needs to be expensive to make its low res as possible. You're paying per pixel. Literally paying by the pixel. Okay, we are going to need... Oh, we actually don't have enough Coldwind lumber, believe it or not, to craft all of these. I thought we had enough Coldwind lumber in the bank, but clearly not. Okay, sure. I was going to see about getting icy pigment on the cheap, wasn't I? We do icy pigment / crafting. The cheapest way to get icy pigment is just to buy it. It's clearly considered a byproduct, even in today's markets. So how many of these did we need? 38. Ouch. Oh my god, that's like literally all the cheap ones. Let's grab those, craft the inks we need, and then see how many of these Titan steel bars we're willing to buy. Investing 10,000 gold of our very limited amount of gold right now into a single piece of decor scares me. That 10,000 gold could probably unlock us another 5 or 6 recipes, if not more. Transmute the titanium bars from 8 saronite bars. My assumption is that there won't be that much of a saving by doing that. But it might, yes, definitely be cheaper. I do not have the ability to, though. I don't have Transmute Alchemist to hand. Yeah, these that take Titan Steel bars, I might put these on the back burner for now. And we might just craft the 3 cheaper, easier ones. I feel. Yeah, 23,000 gold of crafting cost in this bookcase. I mean, it would be wonderful if we then went out and sold it. But considering its recent value on my realm is only 27,000 gold, we get all of 4k profit. It's just too much gold to dump into one single piece of decor as of right now. So we sack off those 2. Craft these 3. We use that gold to do Cataclysm Inscription, I guess, is next. Only 3 extra recipes made there. Hey! Shush with the woofins. Oh, chaos is kicked in. Chaos has ensued. What time is it? Only 2 o'clock. Nibser, don't go under the sofa. Nibsis. Hey. Nibser. Don't go under the sofa. Come lie by my feet. Good girl. Good girl. Okay. Well, we got a few things crafted there. Let's let's get them sent off. Oh, wrong button. Let's get them sent off. Let's get them listed. Because if you don't list it, you don't sell it. They be the facts. Dawn Crystal price changes, though, is basically because they were being bot farmed and were being tanked in value. But as soon as the bots chill the fuck out, then the price has the chance to come back to normality level. Oh, we sold a few of those. We sold some of the Storm Silver ore from farming it earlier, which is good. Extra few pennies. Take those. Quick cheeky cancel scan. Quick cheeky cancel scan. Few undercuts to contest with. Wouldn't normally recommend you cancel scan on decor, but we we need the gold. We need to start seeing some payouts for this lumber farming. How do they bot the crystals? Well, you can basically buy epics for Void Light Mal these days. So you bot the Void Light Mal and then you convert it into epics, which you then disenchant. Is probably the most simple process, I'd imagine.
McGraw.
I thought you couldn't DE the vendor item ones. No, it's the random champion gear box stuff. Probably disenchantable. I mean I don't know the full ins and outs of it, but all I know was that there was a few weeks where huge quantities of dawn crystals were turning up out of basically thin air. So it doesn't really matter in too much detail what the process was of generating them, just it's important to know that they were not naturally gained. Right, yeah, let's try Kata Inscription. Let's see if we can have any luck with that one. Or whether that has stuff that's spicy on it too. In theory, anything that comes from a conversion metric like that probably shouldn't be disenchantable, but, you know, this is Blizzard we're dealing with these days. Half the game feels vibe coded these days. And not in a good way. I've got nothing against vibe coding if you do it, like, you know, properly. Done well, it's
Need help?
done well, it's clearly very powerful, but in the hands of an idiot. Don't know where those enchanting vellums came from. We don't need those.
Go with honor, friend.
Okay, let's close you out. Let's do Cataclysm Inscription. Inscription? Leveling Cataclysm. Same scenario, we only actually need to get to skill 60. But hopefully there's not too, hopefully there's not too much expensive. You tend to find the majority of the cost always ends up being right at the end of the leveling path to get those last few points where you have to kind of like grind something unnecessarily. Hey, what's with all the woofing? Kill infantrymen. Get the technique origami beetle. Oh, I remember doing this. I remember doing this not so long ago on the EU account. Oh, Mikey Ybarra fired all the testing staff. I think there's yes, that is problematic for sure. But if it's coded well in the first place, there's less testing in theory that should need to be done. If you fucking hack it together, you hack it together to begin with. Don't create the problem, you don't need to solve the problem. Oh, yo, did we literally get it first pull? Oh. Easy. Origami beetle, don't mind if I do. Keep making them until you reach level 60. Is that legitimately it? This could be quite funny. Cataclysm inscription. Where's it gone? Ha! It takes nothing but light. This is going to go down as the cheapest profession to level. It uses nothing but light parchment to do it. In fact, let me do it by not standing in the middle here. Hey, puppies, come on now. I can't hear myself think. Let me stand on this rock here. We can just make this till skill 60 now. That's hysterical. Hey, you trio, relax. Solo, you've gone mad. All upside down, boy. Finally found a use for the default charged bolts option in durable information securing container by pulling everything in low-level areas. There's lots of words I have got no idea. Is that attached to... Is that an engineering item or something? Sorry, you confused me big time though. Look at these fucking idiots. Look at these absolute idiots. The amount of hours of the day they will spend doing this. Nipsu Bears. Nipsu. TOS. Unbelievable. We skill 60 yet. 27. We're getting there. Campaign quest belt from Delves in the War Within. It used to pull everything if you forgot to change it from default. Oh, I genuinely don't know if I've ever even known about that as being a thing. That probably happened during a patch that I wasn't actually playing the game. Guys, flipping origami beetles are slow, though. I'll take slow when it's free, though. Free is good. Alma, no barking. They're definitely all awake. I apologize to your eardrums. Dead mouse in one ear, dog barking in the other. 49. 50, 10 more to go, and then we get some free decor recipes. What's the odds that all of the decor from this is like negative cash monies though, because it's so quick and easy to get. We get a Gilnean map, a post box, a rocking chair, a wall shelf, and a wooden table. The fact it's all themed though, the fact that it's all themed Gilnean might mean it's slightly better off. We do have a bunch of ashwood lumber still, so we can look at crafting some of these. Early suspicions on the crafting cost is the rocking chair's pretty pricey, but nothing that we shouldn't be able to afford, I think. Look, do you want to see a magic trick, boys and girls? Instantly peaceful and quiet. Neither the puppies like being combed. So, if I pick up the comb, they instantly chill the fuck out for at least a few minutes until they realise the coast is clear. Yes! You got suckered, hey Solas. We're not doing no brushing now. I suspect the post box is something most people will buy. You can actually use it inside or outside the house. The post boxes, I think, will have a lot more... Oh, we're already skill 60. Please stop. I think the post boxes will have a lot more value when they actually work as post boxes. I don't think they actually function, though, do they? Right, where do we get these recipes from? Just the straight-up standard trainer. Let's, Oh, we decided there isn't a portal back, is there, for Moldham? We found this out the other day. Hearthstone will have to do it. They do already? Oh, do the post boxes actually work now? Oh, okay, cool. I missed that change. Oh, in that case then, yeah, they might actually be slightly better sellers. Ink and Quill or something it's called, isn't it? Where's it gone? Upstairs. The Mighty Pen, that's the one.
Zug zug.
Here we go. At the grand cost of like 4 gold a piece.
Farewell.
4 silver a piece even. Inscription. Your name map. Set favourites on these. Rocking chair, shelf, wooden table. Right. Show them to Trade Skill Master. Get them in the database. Get them seen. 2,200 gold crafting cost. 10,000 gold crafting cost. Hang on, you got to be having a mare. There's no way these cost 10,000 gold. No way these cost 10,000 gold to craft. Oh. This is taking in, this is adding price to the lumber, of course it is. Ignore TSM's prices then. Okay, we do a restock, we do decor, which should be most of these. These are the Titan Steel ones we've already said we're not going to do right now. They're too expensive. We also don't have the cash money line around for the spell cloth right now. So we just need to try and craft one of each of these. Right, go gadget go. Go gadget go. Browse, do a scan. And we'll just go down. How much gold have we got? 6,000 gold. Not a lot. Is it going to be enough to buy everything we need, though? We're buying obsidian bars. I think we needed obsidian bars, did we? Maybe we do. Burning embers. What the hell are burning embers? Rarely obtained when milling. Probably not much cheaper to get via milling. Plus we'll get byproducts, which we don't want. Deep stone oil. May cause stiffness? Okay. Volatile air. And a cheeky obsidian skeleton key. I think it's not made by jewel crafters. Oh, made by Cataclysm blacksmiths. Well, we don't have blacksmithing yet, so we got no choice there. It's only one that we need, it's fine. Sulla. Hey, Sulla. Stop pulling Amlam's tail. Cheeky doggos. Cheeky, cheeky doggos. I think we've actually started to smash it today, you know. We got about an hour's worth of lumber farming done. We got a little over an hour's worth of lumber farming done. We have leveled up a bunch of expansions, professions. We've got a bunch of decor crafted. We're at the point now where we can spend, you know, we can do a little bit. We can basically do 2 hours of this. I mean, I know I've been streaming for like 4 hours now, but we could do 2 hours of this efficiently without breaks, without distractions. You know, an hour's worth of lumber farming to keep the lumber mill ticking over. And then an hour just, you know, trying to collect more recipes or whatever. Break it down to a couple of hours a day to probably then be able to... Wait, why did I craft that? I don't know why I crafted that. To probably be... I really shouldn't have pressed that button. Why did I press that button? We can get a couple of hours a day on this to probably get a nice steady flow of things crafted and hopefully start seeing the steady flow of sales as well. Why did I press that button that I didn't need to press? Now I'm missing a bunch of mats. Didn't mean to press that button. Now I've screwed that up. Make a black fallow ink. Okay. Should be able to make all of these now. Nipsu. Let the puppies play. One, two, three, four, five. Beautiful stuff. Why didn't it send these? Probably because we need to do a sort. Sometimes it goes cuckoo. Oh, still didn't like sending that one off. Right, get them listed. Get them on the auction house. They don't sell unless you list them. Yeah, I'm of the opinion this has been pretty productive today. Pretty productive. Fun fact, we do just need to start selling some of it, mind. We're still at the point where none of this really matters if we're not actually selling any of it, but I have no concern that the sales will not turn up. I have no concerns at all. How many of these are going on? There's only 2 of these that are too cheap right now. The rocking chair. Yeah, this was a big lumber one. 25 lumber on the rocking chair. 35 on the post box. Okay, I was kind of hoping the post box would be competitive. But so much lumber for a post box. Flipping out. People are trying to give them away at 3,500 gold right now in this realm. Which is... almost half the regional sale average. I mean, I'm not going to lie. They're at a point that's so cheap I would normally consider, if I wasn't playing in a world where I have no gold, I would probably normally consider. So there's literally only one posted. So how is... I mean, it's still way cheaper than what I want to list them for. There was... Somebody's clearly snagged the cheapest of the cheap ones. Alright, it's fine. If anything, posting ours in here, think about this logically, right? Sure, they might have been super duper mega cheap previously, but competing with the super duper mega cheap price doesn't really make much sense. It's only going to take 2 people coming along to buy a post box. One person comes along and buys this cheap one. And in fact, my one being posted at stupidly high price makes this look even cheaper. There's a strong possibility that this person will come along, do a cancel scan, and cancel theirs off, and then relist them at my sort of like reset price. Or in 24 hours, this one disappears if it's not bought. And then, hey presto, it might leave mine being the literally only one on the auction house. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. But we now have, if I filter by decor to get rid of all of the non-decor related stuff, we're up to, you know, 300,000 gold worth of decor at buyout price. Now, a lot of this is unfortunately at inflated buyout price because what's available is too cheap. But, you know, 24 pieces of decor already now. It's starting to get there. Starting to have a wide enough variety of stuff that, you know, will be in the right place at the right time when somebody comes along for some of it. That is the plan. We are wildly cash poor still, but I think we're going to live in this world for quite a while of just not having any gold ever. I think not having any gold ever is just going to be common occurrence for us now. Why is there nobody in the bank? Why is there nobody in the bank? Who's stolen all the bank tellers?
Well, spit it out. Don't be a stranger.
But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely. We do just, you know, we need a few cheeky sales. Need a few cheeky sales. We need a couple of people to come along and be interested in buying some decor, and then we'll be laughing all the way to the bank. It's not going to take too many of these sales for us to like completely get out of that weird sort of we have no gold situation. A few profitable sales and we can start really heavily scaling up the amount of professions we have access to and the amount of recipes we have access to. And, you know, it'll snowball from there, hopefully. But, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. Tomorrow is reset day. Now, I've done absolutely nothing on my EU account this week. Like, genuinely absolutely nothing. So, I don't have any... I'm not going to have any vaults to open or nothing tomorrow. Unless I sit down and do a bit of a EU session this evening. But, I'm going to be honest, until 12:07 turns up, I don't really have much need to play retail, other than just, you know, keeping things ticking over on my EU account anyway. It's in 12:07, we're going to get quick and easy, what they called field accolades, which means we should get all of our alts, like, heroic geared, like, you know, piece of cake. And of course we get the, we get the major thing for goblins, we get the abundance change, meaning I don't have to do 8 abundance ones a week. The second I knew that that was a thing, I don't think I've done a single abundance one since. I was like, there's no way I'm doing 8 per week when in a couple of weeks' time I only have to do 1. So I've sacked that off completely on all of my alts. So yeah, my EU account is kind of a little bit dormant at the moment, but I'm having fun over on NA, so it's all good. It's all good. Thank you for joining today. I appreciate the follows, the bits, the subs, all the chatter. If you've sat through an ad today, I appreciate you as well. Thank you very much. We'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you all next time. Peace. I'm going to hurl you over to Goldson. Apparently he's online. He raids us every other day, so I'll send you back over to Goldson. Share the love. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. See you later.